I have never played The Roottrees Are Dead before. I know absolutely nothing about it. I don't even know what genre it's in, so this is completely blind for me. Let's check it out. Also don't know if the audio balance is right, so when we start playing, let me know if it's too loud, too quiet, all that stuff. Looks like it's mouse and keyboard. Search all for periodical. Evidence intuition. It's like a mystery game. Okay. Mystery begins here. Roottree mania. Been pretty helpful having that new Steam feature that tells you whether a game is intended for controller or not.
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Roottree Corporation.
Like her story.
Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant
audio
role
looks
in the crash.
okay in OBS.
On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottree and his daughters, the Roottrees sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us, the Rootrees are dead.
Hey, you said the thing.
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottree company's lawyers are scrambling. Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for. I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were. I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
Okay. Complete the family tree of the Roottree sisters. Siblings are in birth order, oldest to youngest. Oh, cool. I'm excited about that. Sleuth. Got milk ad? Oh, wow. Okay. Candy, Carly, Gwyndoline, Gwynn, Christina, Lauren, Margolite, November, Raina, Riley, Samantha, and Tessa. And then also all these guys. Okay. It's a way to know what to search for, basically. 56K modem. Okay. I do like, this kind of reminds me of Hypnospace Outlaw, which is also a game about searching the internet. Cashew PCs aren't edible. Don't try to eat your computer. Brings me back. Dying in a 90s sprite-based MMO because your mom picked up the phone. Okay. Spider search. Alright, you can create notes quickly by highlighting text with your mouse. Right. So I just search. Carl Roottree. I like that they summarize here with text. It's neon pink with purple text and hard to read unless you highlight the words. Sounds about right. Okay, so Raina is the oldest. I see, that's clever. Rose is a middle child. Alright, well, there's all our answers. I guess I can just save, like when you copy it, is it constantly adding to a list of notes, or you can only copy one thing at a time, I suppose? Oh, I see highlight adds it to the notes. Gotcha. Dad is the president of the candy company. Their mom, Brenda, is a fashion designer. Modeling for her brand, Root. Okay. Guess we're also just going to assume that that's correct. It probably is. Okay, I have to look at the faces first. I see. Hey, she's got the Cher Horowitz outfit from Clueless. I didn't notice that the first time. They all look really similar. I don't know if I can infer age from that picture. Alright, well, I got some new names, though, so... Okay. It's gonna be the same if I search for all of them here. Search for one person or concept at a time with both a first and a last name. Not as popular as her older sister. Interesting. Brand names, books, product lines, magazines. Ah, okay, I see. Clever. Roots. Always has a period after it. Okay. Their website is down. Brenda Roottree. Carly Roottree. Interesting. Okay. Black and blue dress. Brenda White original. Okay. The white and gold dress itself doesn't seem relevant to your search. Dude. The beginning of the end of civilization was that fucking dress. Same information. Carly Roottree. Carly Rose Roottree. Strongly disliked that her sisters had RH names. Began to go by her middle name. Let's see. Okay. Ask Jeeves. Ernie Jr. Yeah, as soon as I saw black and blue dress, I assumed that's what they were talking about. Directly preceded Carl Roottree, and one on the website even says he was Carl's mentor. Okay, this might come up later, so I'll go ahead and just highlight it now. I guess I can reorder the notes at will. Okay. Kind of a nice mechanic to be able to search through that pretty easily. TMS. Tommy Mark Sheridan. Time marches onward. Okay. Okay. It's not great to just highlight the whole thing, but I'd rather not have to search for it again, and I can always delete it later, I guess is my theory there. Brother trouble. Cancelled in 1991. Alright, well, I guess the internet doesn't afford me any images. Don't want the hint. Yeah. Kind of similar to Hypnospace Outlaw. You know the names, we can at least do that. Riley. It's Carly, technically, right? Yeah, cute. Riley is a model. I guess I can always change it later. My ears pierce like Rose. Get back to that main fan site. Oh, history is convenient. They are models. So they're all models? Make that easy for me, I suppose. And it doesn't seem like I get images in the computer search, as far as I can tell. Let me try to guess based on their faces. I mean, that looks like the youngest face. Figure out what's incorrect. That tells me that something is incorrect, so it's doing the confirmation thing from Oberdin. Yeah, but I have this in the picture evidence unlabeled, so I wanted, like, when I'm searching on the internet, it only gives me text, right? That's what I wanted to confirm. I know I didn't get this from the internet. You try to do it by height, maybe. Pull images into evidence if you hit a useful term. So I'm not supposed to get this by brute force since I've nailed down the other things. I guess sometimes you can brute force in Oberdin, but I'm not sure if it's trying to teach me that brute forcing is an option or if I'm supposed to be able to find an image online. No brute force necessary. Okay. Modified version of the photo you have in your inventory. Oh, I already have the information? Minus Roottree. Direct descendant of Elias and Gwynn, including Carl. Lots of things I can look up from there. I'll organize this later. I'm just trying to get information to start with. So you're saying a website I already gave me, let me be able to figure out which image is which, and it's going to update this evidence page with more information than what I had before? Is it like, do I have to like click on a link for the evidence page to update? have enough from the text I found and that image. I guess it must be the magazine you're reading. They all have veneers. There's a ring, I guess, on one of them. One who's actually married, presumably, or has a fiance. Okay. So, Raina is the one who has the ring. Presumably they wouldn't have multiple if the ring is supposed to be a piece of relevant information. That's cool, though. Okay. Which then I could... Wait a minute. Where did I get something confused here? 1 second. Raina is the most famous because she's the oldest. Oh, did I just type this wrong? Whoops. I think I got the bottom of it backwards. I think it was youngest to oldest. That's why. Okay. Raina's the one with the ring. Okay, and the spouse's name is, just had it. TMS is Tommy Mark Sheridan. Sheridan Thomas, okay. And then I guess one that looks like I got the Twin Peaks pattern there, that's cute. Ears are pierced, I think was the comment. Okay, I get it now, thank you. Without chat to help me, I would have assumed that that was intended to be a you can brute force if you choose thing. But I get what they want me to do with the information now. It is? Okay, thank you. It's weird, I actually have the game at the lowest volume it is for any game. Mention someone has their ear pierced. Oh, I can just go straight to the page from here. That's really convenient. Rose has her ears pierced. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I think the confirmation method from Oberdin is quite smart. Optional entry on Thomas Sheridan. Booyah.
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired. The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even.
It's audio balance better now.
The Roottrees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine. The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family.
Okay, thank you.
For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives. Anyone related only by marriage is optional, but filling them in can lead to useful discoveries.
Got it.
Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable Roottrees. Notable people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree. I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
Got it.
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Rootrees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Thank you, and...
Okay. Oh, wow. so we know some of these. I can't control F, can I? Elias and Gwyneth. We have to find her maiden name. That photo is added to your evidence, I see. Gwyneth Anderson. We're at the Anderson Maple Farm, so long as she married. Five pieces. Like Reese's Pieces. Okay, so Gwyneth was marked as a housewife. He's a CEO, I suppose. I need 3 more correct blood relatives before they will lock in. Once you verify the person, you'll be able to add bonus photos. Okay. Easy to find online. There's 5 flavors because the original inventor had 5 kids. Maybe that's why kids still love them. I got a good job with the font here. So strawberry, power plum, awesome apple, boo. Chocolate. That's an interesting choice. What even is an elderberry anyway? Not the same as back then. Okay. See if I can find another one here. We know the easy ones are the ones with a star, sounds like. I like this game. It's cool. It seems like it has a lot of quality of life features, which I really appreciate. Alright, so we've got our notable list. I can try to rule things out from there. Gonna be like Elias Jr. Try Carl Roottree. Miracle Jr. The hell of a name. I kind of want to just save anything that could be a search term rather than doing this. I can start working on that, I guess. I can make my own notes at the bottom. Search terms. Shit. Can I not do shift enter? Okay, there we go. 5 pieces. Let's do non-person. Yeah. Anderson Maple Farm. Brother Trouble. Times March Onward. Did a Roottree Candy Company a bunch of times. Looked up Root a bunch of times. Maple Crisps. try to not have too many notes. If I don't keep track of this, there's going to be too much stuff, and then I'm not going to actually remember what I need to be paying attention to. We can come back to more of it later. Okay. So let's look for some of the easy search options. So there's Carl Roottree. Okay. President. Co-founded with his wife. It's interesting that Carl's on the list here, presumably. He's also a CEO. I guess he was president. Does that matter? Oh, it's probably the most recent one, right? Okay. That means the first one probably isn't a CEO, right? A president first. It might also not be a president. It could be like a candy maker or something. Watchman of the Year. Okay. New periodical added. Okay. Periodical search is a different... Is it just this evidence screen? No, it's somewhere else. Oh, it's on the computer. Okay, thanks. Business watch. Adds it to the list, I see. It just printed an image. Okay, I see. I think this is a trap. I'm curious as to why we don't get anything for Brenda, right? Completely correct, they're locked in. Removes extra names and photos. Brenda White. Imagine they're deliberately getting me on some of these here. What could he be instead of a president? Farmer, technically? No. There could be other things that are wrong, so I really shouldn't depend on it here. Well, I could see them doing a trick where it's like, oh, this isn't Carl, this is Carl Jr. There isn't a Carl Jr. So I can keep going for other stuff, and it'll help me rule which of these three is wrong. Oh, thank you. I didn't realize that it actually cared which side was which. Wait, that's confusing. Is it because I already set their names here that there's a problem? Thanks for mentioning something. I thought that would be degenerate. I see. Ah, I see. Thank you for saying something. Brenda White, booyah. Okay, so I locked that optional entry in, which means that it won't show up as a potential name in the future. This is a much better interface for doing this kind of like Obra Dinn style puzzle. Open this after the whole family tree's been filled in. 2 names that must be typed in manually. Yeah, okay. Let's keep working on stars here. Did Carl. Carl. Gwynn Roottree. Roottree is such a fucking awkward name. Okay. I love its parenthetical copy. Okay, so we know what her face looks like, but where is she in the tree? Old films not available on VHS. Active in the 1950s. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mission. Granddaughter of Elias, founder of Roottree Candy. Took her mother's famous name. Okay. So it could be any of several grandchildren on this path here. And select and search stuff directly from evidence. Her father took her mother's famous name. Her father was a nobody. We have a couple people on this list who could have been nobodies. Oh, interesting. Split up, we say. Let's look at some other options here. Christmas Mission. Page called Flops. Incredible true story. "1983 film, secretaries cut their hair short and pose as businessmen." Okay. The opposite of Some Like It Hot. Leslie Florence Harrison Lane. I wonder if she married one of them. Love the "Did you know" trivia. Yeah, so this is like a combination of her story, Hypnospace Outlaw, and Obra Dinn. Western Frontiers. Personally married his high school sweetheart after they reunited at a movie premiere. Who that is? Harrison Lane is a dead end. Can I make a note? I guess this one already tells me that that's definitely Gwynn Roottree, so I don't have to remember who the portrait is associated with. Okay. We got other stuff we can work on in the time. Red Roottree? Oh, shit. Aloysius Herring Roottree was an appointed judge and politician. He was the ambassador to Ireland for 6 days. Claimed to be related to the Roottree Candy Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out that his last name was merely a coincidence and he was defeated in a landslide. Okay, so he shouldn't even be. He's listed as a notable Roottree. Is there a place for me to fill in someone who's not actually part of the family tree? It looks like everyone's connected unless if I'm blind here. It still lists him as Aloysius Herring Roottree. It's a red herring. I get that, but like, I guess they're not saying. Here's an understanding thing that I need to clarify, right? I see it's marked off as a red herring. Gotcha. I assume that this was saying these are all names that will definitely be on the board. That's not what they're saying. These are just things that will show up in the search engine. And it's trying to teach me that sometimes this information isn't always helpful. Okay. Rolling on down to the city. Incredible. Jim and Diamond.
We're rolling on down to the city.
Only the great grandson of Elias Roottree could make disco this sweet. Okay. The lyrics of this song contain no clues. Yeah. Get that they're trying to teach that to me now. Alright, that must be him. James Roottree. Hey, disco rules. Although this doesn't have a disco beat. It needs to have 16ths on the hi-hat. Come on, guys. He is a musician. Don't know who he's married to. I can try to deduce that. It could be her. Don't know who Diamond is. Diamond LaRue. Can I take back a photograph when I get it? And his wife. Okay, and I could theoretically get more photos. These are just optional things where I can sync them in case I happen to encounter the same thing somewhere else. Okay, so we've got grandkids. The bankers in charge are all clowns. Lauren Roottree. Let's see if Cherry Tree has other photos here. Diamonds Dazzlers. Found a forum post called Cool Things You Got in the Mail on a random forum about video games. Whether that's cool or pathetic. Their son Wolf. Daughter's band The Floozies. Interesting. Okay. So here, the gender is degenerate until I choose the person, and then it locks in? Is that how that works? Daughter's band, The Floozies. Really? Oh, because he's not relevant enough to come up. All-female punk band. Oh yeah, I love that they put the effort into these. I think the website effort is a bit lower than Hypnospace Outlaw, but I guess they make up for it with all of the pictures and music and stuff that they've recorded. Candy. Okay. Well, I guess we don't know for sure. Candy. Figure out this kid's like child. Is that unemployed? There we go. You have to go oldest to youngest. Neat. Booyah.
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes. But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottree reunion. I also found some important-looking papers. You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
Okay. They tell you that here. That's going to be a thing I'm going to have to remind myself in the future Marstead notes, because I'm going to struggle with that otherwise. Okay, so keep looking here. Conquistador. Or in Roottree. Sure there's nothing else useful here. Beef baby. It's not hard to speculate on the subject matter. Life Between Wars. Lauren Rafferty. Untimely death of her husband in World War II, coping with the post-war. Okay, let's see. This is split up. Married. Doesn't specify if they remarried because somebody died. Show an evolution in writing style. Court Jester series. Got a lot of things to do here. Available in a lot of libraries. Okay. Oh, you need both. Okay. So Life Between Wars. At the jackpot. Full page high quality pictures. Nice. Oh my god, so much stuff. Lost her husband Jacob while she was pregnant. Never remarried, had only 1 child. Okay. Could, well, I guess it's when you have the star. It actually doesn't help me very much, does it? Okay. Or at least it doesn't break the degeneracy. Granddaughter on her father's side. Is there some rule about, is it always The man is on the right for these. There's families called the Cossells. Okay. Okay. Clans to trust. Oh, I see how I can search from here. Gotcha. Clancy trust. Count is graded for each blood relative at birth and first successful when they reach 18. Okay, we're going to explain why they're dead. Five-piece guarantee. I'm going to get really, like, lost in this, aren't I? The yearly salary of the president always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. Well, that's unusual. Wouldn't that be nice? Orange generation. Okay, the first generation of children by Gwyneth and Elias. The next generation is Lauren's generation. The free spirits of the generation after Lauren's, including her son. And try looking up Clark Roottree really quick. Not important enough. I guess if he's not important enough, does that confirm that he didn't have any kids? Could be this. Well, that's not the star. Bunch of splits. I feel like we would know if we had all these crazy splits here. Bunch of different wives, that would almost certainly, which makes me think... well... I guess this is kind of a logical leap. This is not deduction, but induction, which you frequently have to do in Obra Dinn. I'm assuming that this person having so many split-ups means that they're going to be more noteworthy. And this is the only other starred Roottree with one child. I guess figuring out their spouse is kind of a challenge, but... and this one gives me multiple picture slots, which... I only get one here, and I think I just got a ton of information on this person since they're a famous author. So let's try that. That's Lauren Roottree. And Jacob is her husband. So her name isn't actually Lauren Roottree, right? It's oh, I guess it's unclear when they do that. Unless if they're saying this is Jacob. It's her husband. Right, that's right. They said something about her taking the name because it was more famous. Or using the maiden name because it was more famous. Give me a second. Lauren Rafferty. Jacob Rafferty. She's an author. Okay. Probably get more pictures of her in here. Vote for Stephanie Jones for City Council. Okay. Not going to worry about that right now. See how that comes up later, though. So if there's a number, that means I still haven't like searched every possible term associated with this. Is that what it's saying? Obviously there's more to do with this, but I'm just trying to focus on I'm trying to go deep rather than wide, basically, or I'm gonna go crazy. Free spirits. Okay. Looks a lot like Cheryl Lee plays Laura Palmer on Twin Peaks. All right, so let's try to assign those. No, they're the next generation. The free spirits. I don't think I have enough information to infer because it's a lot of fucking people in that generation. Yeah, I see it tells me here the higher the number, the more there is to find, but I'm trying to understand. Does it go down once I've found it? Because there's still like a red exclamation point on this, so I don't know if it's... If this says 11, that number's always the same. Go down as you find them. Okay, here. Gwynn, as an only child, complained of loneliness. Gwynn. Actress, that's right. Okay. Wild Bill Williams. That might help. First Roottree to be anything other than a housewife. Okay, so the number is telling me there's still more to do with this, and it will go down as I lock stuff in and search for terms and the like. Even approached Marilyn Monroe at a party. She was already aware of his reputation. Oh, goodness. So I can start searching this. Probably not specific enough. Yeah, okay, in the Star Trek franchise. Star Trekkin'. Season 5, Episode 9 of Voyager is set to air in 3 days. Can I use the actual internet then to know what day it is? We watched that one yet? No, we're close to it though. December 9th, 1998. Okay. Oh, okay. Be funny if they tried to conceal that. I'm the oldest of us all, but he just laughed. Okay, let me read this more slowly. I'm the oldest of us all? This is the youngest on the right. Okay, keep very close attention here. Firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. I'm next oldest of us all. Okay. There's a Zach whose last name isn't Roottree. Firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. That's, this person is Zach something. Are there more people named Zach? Zach Wilson, Zacariah Morden. Okay. Probably Zacariah, right, with ZAC. Go ahead and pencil that in here. So, probably married to a Morden here. How many Mordens do we have? Multiple. Okay, that's not very helpful. I want to try. I'm going way too wide right now. I want to try to focus on deep and try to get one thing. But I guess filling in information is always helpful. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. I think we know Clancy is. None of his sons would take over as president. That's what gets her holding on to it for so long. Nobody's got time for candy. Architects, preachers, and lawyers. Seems like an extremely fucking important page. But I don't want to, I'm tempted to just do this and just highlight all of it, but that seems pointless. So I can always just try to remember that it's here, or I guess I can bring it up here. Useful pages, lots of info. Diary, or Lauren's diary. Page 3. You summon the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwynn's in Paris. I should try to just do Miracle Jr. I have to like train my brain to slow down because I like if there's one thing on this earth that I do not give a shit about, it's like genealogy. And so like when I start seeing a list of names, my eyes just like glaze over, so I have to pause and be like, what is it saying? Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in. Okay. So she has a brother, Eli, and Miracle's youngest. Blood is thicker than syrup? I know I'm not doing anything with the information. I'm just trying to like glance over it, absorb it, and come back to it later. Clark is a free spirit. All aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. Swashbuckle my heart. Zach's not a bad president. His sisters seem to be doing a good job raising her twins. Gwynn is Gwynn. We got twins out there somewhere. She hates the free spirits. Got it. And no wonder there's so many things on each of these pages. This is a pretty huge find here, I think. Maybe too big this early. There was something I wanted to look at from this Swashbuckle My Heart. Oops. Could be if it's her first one, it's probably her maiden name, or not her maiden name, but her married name. She was later pressured. Lauren Rafferty. Not a print. Re-release as X marks the spot. And that'll be Lauren Roottree because it's a re-release, right? From the author of the Court series. Revisiting the diary 10 years later in 1975. Oh, that's clever. Yeah, it seems pretty busted. Ah, scandal.txt. The death of Elias. Oh my god. Alright, it's fine. We'll be fine. Revisiting the diary 10 years later. Scandal. Samantha Roottree. Okay, I gotta get out of this now, or it's gonna be an endless rabbit hole. Let me just try to find literally anything else right now. Carl and Brenda. I like how it was like several tricky things deep there where you had to like guess at her married name and then guess that it went back to Roottree. Okay, I need to stop. I'm like reading this and I'm absorbing all of the information except for the names. I don't know if it's like a cognitive problem for me. The 5 pieces. Pop had it framed. That's him on the left. Okay, so we know we can do that. Wait, that's not right. Move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Whoops, shit. I sometimes don't want to click the faces too early because I don't want it to be added to my list of photos until I know where to put it. This is in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwyndoline. Never took a second photo. And assume that's the eldest. But that's an assumption, so maybe I should be more careful about doing that, but I look okay in OBS. I am having Comcast issues this week, so next generation, too many faces. All right, let me get back to notable Roottrees, right? We still have 2 others to determine here. Try Miracle Jr. Televangelist who's part of the Miracle Network. Okay, we did mention that someone was a preacher. Clergy watch, he was exposed and charged with conspiracy to defraud the public. Okay, so he's like a Peter Popoff. Wife Edith's sister in disguise. He goes on tour across the southern United States where he's not well known before the scandal. miracles.pdf. Witness the power of the Lord in the summer of 96. 3 Generations of Miracles tour. Special appearance from Miracle Roottree. Children now welcome. Okay. Miracle the Third and his wife Nicole are youth pastors. It would be funny if the pastor has all of these breakups here. Split up. That one's a mystery. Some shenanigans going on in there. To find out. He has a son. We can look up Miracle the Third. Miracle Roottree arrived so late in his mother's life that doctors swore he wouldn't survive his first year. Okay, so that means this is probably wrong. Okay, so I can fix that. That's... well, wait, is Miracle... I guess we don't know for sure that Miracle is... I think if he's a televangelist, he's probably not from the same generation as her, so let's pause and think about that for a second. Mother and father Elias and Gwyneth. Oh, no, I guess he was. If he's the youngest... How old are we saying that he is? He's got to be pretty old then, right? Miracle Roottree. Miracle Jr. is the one that's notable. That means that's probably Miracle Jr. We don't have a picture of Miracle. 68th year on God's Earth. All right, let me try to move some stuff around here. So I can't like click and drag, right? It's Jacob Bradford. Once you verify, you can add bonus photos. That was right. I guess I should have guessed that this one didn't have a photo. That should have been a clue, huh? Didn't even think about that. I think that's right. Okay. So this is Miracle Jr. The son is... Miracle the Third. His wife Nicole. Oops. Excuse you, Ben. Let's get rid of this face. I think that's incorrect. That makes sense that he's the Miracle. Not an author, but a preacher. Nicole. We have 2 Nicoles. We don't know which one. All right, we'll keep working on this here in a second. He unburdened himself from the Roottree name, took his father's testimony to a whole new level. Okay. Clergy watch. His wife Edith. deaths do we have? Just the one. Sorry, I space on the screen very frequently. Love the children now. Welcome. Okay. Nicole, somebody. This guy's presumably also a preacher. Beautiful. You only get like one chance to confirm like the spouses, or does that only happen in batches? So like if I got this spouse right now, would it just lock it in for me immediately? Or would it have to be part of the next batch essentially? Okay, well, that really helps to narrow shit down. You know, we're right over here, so we can try to do more information out. So her son has a lot of problems. Locks everything else on the board that's right and optional. Okay, gotcha. So I still have a notable root tree that I haven't tracked down. I got other stuff to do with that too, obviously. Yeah, it's got to be Gwynn by process of elimination, right? And her having a split up tracks. Actor. She had a spouse whom she split up with. Let me see if I can find more information about her. I took her mother's famous name. One of the 5 pieces. Okay, I could probably put that together later. Highly publicized divorce. So periodicals. Let's see. Gossip tabloids. Oh. Probably already some tabloids that I'm aware of just from maybe not actually. Okay. Oh, really? Okay. I think I had a bunch of other information. Let's try to focus on Gwynn for now, or I'm going to go crazy. That's a nice little summary on this side here. This is probably a little bit too late. Stay in the diary here. Try looking up Samantha Roottree. Okay. Illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. Oh, that must go under top secret here, huh? The bastard child? Okay, so that means I can probably deduce stuff about that, but does that mean the eldest child is not Elias Jr.? That's kind of surprising. Patricia Christensen. Now, I don't have space for illegitimate kids. Am I completely insane to think that this is going to deal with the illegitimate kid from the second diary? Because I don't know. I guess I don't know how the corkboard is oriented. So does this count as their child since it's with not the same spouse? I guess maybe there's supposed to be a connection here that's missing. They're showing the connection is going to this kid, which is what I don't understand. Maybe discuss it in hide the best way, because I know I'm probably asking for a giant end of game spoiler here, but I'm trying to take the information that I understand and apply it. Let's see. Jet black hair and green eyes. Okay, this will all be useful way later, I assume. I think I gotta stay out of this diary. It's too useful and too endgame, I think. But I think that I can infer that this is Eli Jr. I know that at some point he did marry... Yeah, no, I guess I don't know enough to be able to infer that. I want to be able to put this on the board, but I don't think I know the way the board works well enough to do it confidently, so I suppose I won't. Let me go ahead and remove this portrait because I actually can't be sure about it. I think I did get Lauren's diary. That must be Miracle. Wow, he looks incredible. Because we know he's way younger than everybody else. Okay, so if that's Miracle, I would love to know what his occupation was eventually. Did he also become a preacher? I guess we'll find out. Three of us were all about the same age. It's her dad. Okay. I guess I can put in preacher for now until I learn otherwise. I could try just looking Miracle. Regained his sight to spread the healing word of the Almighty. Okay, that seems right. Second vessel for the higher power, so I feel like that's probably right. And I got the picture from here, so that's cool. They're at the same age as Miracle. Okay, and I can't necessarily infer everyone else yet by process of elimination. I like that this game has a little bit more deduction, I think, than Oberdin does. Oberdin I made this gigantic, ridiculous, logic puzzle spreadsheet, and then it turned out it was almost entirely induction and wasn't very helpful. But here I feel like you're frequently going to get into a situation, it's like, okay, well, there's only one more person out of those 5 that I haven't identified, so it must be them, right? What even is elderberry, anyway? Very much has the vibe of 90s ads. Whoa. Father smelled of elderberries. Well, that's nice that it highlights it in yellow if you're already done with it. I appreciate that. Don't think I can do anything with that. Her son, Clark. No Roottrie has ever remarried. Clark Rafferty, that tracks. Maybe why I couldn't find it originally. These times. Die Hard Dazzler XXX. Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister. After a blazing fast 35-minute download, the track is also available. Beautiful. They look pretty high. Music and lyrics by Clark Rafferty and Jim Roottree.
Life is life, love shall be.
The lyrics of this song contain no clues. Okay.
For me, someday will come, though, that this tree will be the last of what was.
C and J.
With passing years, all paths diverge, rivers rambling, onward surge. One source behind old memories, but find their ways to different seas.
Jim and Diamond's first song.
These times will all be over. Dew dries on the morning clouds.
She's blonde. I guess that's the way I can figure that out, right?
So take my hand beneath the tree and carve your name with me.
Which means I can probably guess that this is
These times are ours for free.
by the LaRues. So LaRue has a sister here.
We'll tell ourselves these stories older. Dwell
His
on war
occupation is potentially a lot of different things. I don't think he's permanently a musician here.
could be. Rose tinted by youth's
Multiple, maybe? Is that an option?
act as though these times ain't fleeting. Love's
Unemployed on the list? No.
heart beating. For now, ignore fate's destiny. Two roads that cross once at this tree. Someday these times will all be over.
Jim Roottree and Diamond LaRue. Diamond's sister. Jim's cousin is correct.
And carve your name with me. These times are ours for free.
I guess I can just look for LaRue, right? Well, Rafferty LaRue. Probably one of those.
Someday these times will
Maybe both of them, actually.
dew dries on the morning.
Jessica Rafferty LaRue.
So take my hand
Okay.
and carve your name with me.
Katrina.
These
Ended up
times are ours for free.
going with the two sisters would be pretty funny if that's on here at some point. You read this some more. Gwynn divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Seeing what he gets up to in Starlet. Okay, we've got lots of information I can use here. So let me back up a second. We were able to deduce that this must be Gwynn. So we can figure out who Wild Bill is. So that's Starlet. Oh, that's great. We love to get a tabloid. Wild Bill. Wild Bill Williams. William Williams. Really? We actually read it in case it says he has a different name. Walter Forsythe. Okay. Okay. Fortunately, pursued multiple affairs, including one with another actress. Also that she was pregnant again. Yeah, okay. They split. We don't know their kids yet. Power of a name is undeniable. Nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottree has power. Okay, so I guess I got that faster. We plan to lean into alliteration. Okay. So one of the kids, the younger kid, has an alliterative name, which there's probably a million R Roottrees, right? Really, just Robert or Ronald? Okay, hold on. Are the notable ones the only ones that will show up on a spider search? Okay. Just trying to like give you some scaffolding to start your play, I suppose. Sure. But I could. Elias stepped up and helped. More than I can say for Clancy or Edward. Elias raised Clark and Jim as brothers when he could. Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock, pun intended. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to come back to that forever from now. Yeah, that's what I was saying about scaffolding, but it doesn't mean that the other ones are unsearchable. Jane to keep her running out on the band. Okay, so that helps. It's gonna be Jane LaRue. Although, wait, it could be his second wife. Hold on. Okay, so that's incorrect, I think. Because I do have a photo of her. Wait, no, I didn't actually finish taking the photo. That's the problem. I just moved one. Hold on one second. This one. That's what we wanted here. Okay. We don't know that he's, strictly speaking, a musician. He could be a whole bunch of things. Lord knows I was right last time. Is remarrying again? Is this the third wife? Let me back it up really quick. It could be the third. Do I have a picture for the third? I think we assume I was right last time. how many similar names there are. And I get it. There are 4 Eli's, for Pete's sake. Someone would say, I saw Eli in town. I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin? Uncle Junior, Miracles Eli, or Eli C. Okay. So it must be Elias M. I think that's probably right. My brother, my uncle, or my cousin. So one of these is an Eli, and I think we already know that Eli Jr. would be up here. Grandpa Elias would believe in the names of each generation to honor those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy. See where my pop's name came from. Anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. It's a rule that's going to be hard to keep track of. I think I'm just going to have to click through this list a whole bunch of times and just pull at specific threads. Women's names get mixed up. There's no female equivalent of junior. They got my father's name backwards. Clancy Edward Roottree. Okay. Oops, Clancy. That's his son and the head lawyer. Lawyer. Hey. Oh.
It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottree's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Roottree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
If I get a pop-up like that, do I have to do it like immediately? Or does it get saved somewhere else? Don't believe their lies. The Roottree curse. Very red text on a black background. 3 of the 5 presidents have died mysteriously. Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver. Nobody was arrested. Okay. You connect the dots and the patterns of the 5 pieces wrapper creates a Mayan ruby skull. Hey! Time Cube. Can I go to Time Cube? I love Time Cube. Although it's scary because like Time Cube was like haha funny, and now everything is Time Cube. Now Time Cube is fucking mainstream. Okay. So this guy didn't confirm, which tells me that musician is incorrect. Maybe it's not his lifetime position. That was correct. I don't know if I get anything else on Clark Rafferty other than... more innocent, nobler time. Okay. Got Clancy, Edward, Roottree. Don't really need the spouse here, but... Attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. Attempted 2 arguments. Born out of wedlock, they committed a crime against a fellow family member. Okay, so I have more information about that, but it's not something I feel comfortable tugging at the moment, so I'll have to come back to it. Yeah, I like this game. I imagine that everybody has a really unique path through it, because there's just a lot of information to go through. You can decide to go super wide or go super deep. I'm trying to just pick a thing to work on one at a time, and that seems to more or less be serving me here. Your pop is my dad. She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing. I'm glad she's gone. Okay. I think this number thing is a really smart idea. That's clever. So this does count down as I find stuff. I don't know how there could still be 4 things to find here. Unless if that doesn't change. Oh, this thing, new developments. Okay, we'll worry about that later. Let's just start moving through the list again. So here we still have some names. Figure out who some parents are here. Who produced Gwynn Roottree, I wonder? I get that. I'm just trying to... This will count down. That's all. That used to be a larger number, I suppose. Okay, thank you. Teen Blast. I should actually have gotten that a while ago. Periodical. How long has Teen Blast been around? Probably not very. Have to be like pretty young. Need to get a full name here, right? Guardian, adoption, or otherwise. I do like that presenting it as a genealogy means that you need to like, it's easier to focus on the older people because you have fewer things to look through. This game really popular among Mormons. Mormons are really into genealogies. Full chocolate. I don't think that's going to give me anything special here. 5 pieces. The Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2. Charles Lee. Nice. That's really great. The future of candy is envisioned by experts in 1985. Okay. I guess it's worth, even if I'm not filling in names, it's worth just like searching around to get new evidence because it'll help me find stuff later. Modern candy for a modern society. I love this ad. The Roottrees are a proud family business, and our flavors are inspired by our children, period. Grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, and M for miracle berry. Okay, so that probably gets us the order. I already anticipated that this was going to be Eli Jr., the eldest son. I think we already established that he had a problematic relationship in here. He'd marry her eventually, right? That's Trisha Christensen. I guess I'll go ahead and fill it in. That should be Samantha. Oops. But maybe I'll get more information on that later. G is for grape. E is for elderberry. CE, I guess CE, unfortunately, I already have the answer for that one. Too many fucking root trees. Is there really just the one? Margolite. Oops, I did, yes, thank you. I'm gonna guess. I had a picture of all of them. I guess I can't infer age from this. The only one I can get is this one. I guess I can infer since he's the oldest. Or not the oldest, but the inheritor. Oh, okay. That's interesting that Clancy Edward, the lawyer, is in the direct line of the president here. I assume that's Elias Jr. and that he's the second president. But I think we learned that he turned that down. Hold on. Let me... This is why I like to read through all of it, if possible. I guess I already knew this lawyer thing. I could have put that down. Aunt Margot. All right. That seems pretty useful. So Margolite, Clancy Edward, Elias, and then the firstborn is G. I'm getting a lot from this old candy box, which is fun. And it's probably going to be a woman. Gwyndoline. Yeah. But then I have to figure out their occupations. I guess, I think the author said something about everyone being a housewife for a long period. Let me try to figure it out. Okay, so Aunt Margot is blonde, which I guess you could also infer from Gwynn being blonde. So that's and kind of looks like her. Now, what would be ideal, I think, with this game is if everything is able to be like strictly deduced, where you never have to be like, oh, okay, well, her daughter's blonde, so she must be blonde. I feel like Oberdin has lots of things where you have to do that. And here, if it's like, well, if you can do that, but you don't have to, because there'll be something else that tells you for sure, that would be fantastic, in my opinion. That means that I know that this photo is Gwyndoline. That's why the names don't pass down exactly right. They're all blonde. If I guess at housewife, since I thought I read that somewhere, but I'll come back and address it here in a second if it turns out to not be right. Probably not. I missed that this was Starlet here. The first Roottree woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I am jealous. Key cousin. Talking about Gwynn. I guess I could have gotten that much sooner if I was more focused on it. Yeah, it's cool. I'm enjoying it so far. First Roottree woman to be anything other than a housewife. This is before she wrote her book, right? That's what we're saying here. Yeah, where was Swashbuckle My Heart? I think I have to look that up again to confirm it again. Because I can see the history, right? Let's see. Those X marks the spot. $1963. Okay, so I think that confirms that everyone up here must be a housewife, but I have something else wrong, or he wasn't the second president. Elias Jr. I guess this could also... I don't have a occupation for him yet, and that didn't collapse earlier. Alright, well, I'll get back to reading this book here. Grandfather Elias announced he would step down. This is the thing I was looking for. Okay. Clancy told me everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president. Architects, preachers, and lawyers. Well, I know the preacher and I know the lawyer, so he must be an architect. Huh, that's clever. I like that one. Yeah, this one has a lot more deductive stuff in it. That's really good. It's kind of what I wanted from Oberdin. I still thought Oberdin was pretty brilliant, but... Okay, we get Patricia Christensen.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the
Promise I
pictures of
didn't
mail
steal
I
it.
brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it. But I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed. I'm a Roottrie.
Oh, shit.
I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of. If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more, in person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
Okay, 15 more. Pretty good. We have the entire first generation, which is hard because now things get much harder. Yeah. A very smart idea that lets you do a little bit of experimentation. Extremely limited brute forcing. It's cool to see like a second generation Oberdin game where it's like, okay, how do we do things differently now? Oh wow, this is already down to 1. So I don't know what I got that was downstream of these. I guess this isn't actually supposed to be like super helpful. I guess it's just saying like, here's something that's really information dense, that if you don't know what to look for, start here because it's got a lot of value in it that you've untapped. But that could mean something like maybe just searching Gwyn Roottree was enough to get another answer on the first screen. Yeah, I guess I don't know how deep that number goes or how seriously I should take it, because like, how do you track how many clues are contained in one thing if you can go like 7 search terms deep from one thing? I guess I should get on that campaign mailer. I've been trying to focus on older folks here, but unconventional fate. CM, Stephanie Jones. Butler County Times. I appreciate that they try to tell you something helpful, keep track of like, because this basically, this is essentially my, I wish more video games had the am I done here button, right? Puzzle games. It's really valuable for me as a streamer to be able to ask you all that in chat. But I wish people could just do that without needing to be a streamer, because it's so powerful. And I guess that means if one of these gets down to 0, like this 1928 5 pieces ad, it's like, okay, never look at that again. Conquistador, you're done. Not helpful anymore, right? Okay. A video game called The Roottrees Are Dead was once set in Butler County. It turns out the creator never lived in or near Butler County, or even had any connection to Butler County. Meta. Okay. Let's see. Legal troubles. Okay. Zacariah, Morden. feel like this would have been much more useful to find earlier, so I could get some of these earlier names here. It started as a game jam. Clancy Edward Roottree. Lauren? Okay, you can find this at your local library. I guess that's a clue to look in the library if you hadn't already for whatever reason. Assume it stops talking about them after too long. Yeah, not a resident for long, if at all. That's cool. It's pretty high quality so far. I'm enjoying it. All right, I think that's a dead end for the moment. Let's try to do some other things here. I did get the Butler County Times. CM are our last names here. I guess CM is probably Carolyn Morden. I don't have any other names it could be. If I could track her down. Okay. She gets top billing. Atlantis' Burden. Self-portrait art and the beauty of women. Was Carolyn Morden? They certainly have not been added to your evidence. Sister Gwyndoline and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. Okay. Comes out strongly against the Roottree company's effect on the local environment, and Rue says she's not able to convince her father, Zach, to make changes to policy. Marriage to Mark. Okay, this is potentially really good, so... Don't know which kid is which here. I think a good thing he ever gave her was a daughter, so they had... Well, I guess that could be wrong, because... I forget my reason for thinking this was Zacariah. I think it's because it was the eldest. But a daughter... She dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. I think I'm just going to try to save most of this here. I think this is pretty important for what I'm currently working on. I think I'm deep enough now that I feel not too bad Highlighting stuff. All right. Highlights. Oh shit, I didn't do that. Damn it. Hey, Serp, how you doing? The only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter, which would collapse the wave function if she didn't have 2 kids. I don't have a picture. Okay, when we get her face. The book has a lot of good information in it. And you'll come back home. Try looking for Dr. Wilson. He pops to the top every time. Pediatrician to the stars. Doctor to the Roottrie sisters. 3 children. 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage. You might suspect this is not to be written by a 10-year-old. Well, treat your children like you would treat me, my big brother, or my sister. Okay. Alright, so someone with 3 kids that are... It's got to be... Dr. Wilson's got to be over here, right? Child Jason. Me, my big brother, or my sister. Okay. Assume... Oh, it's oldest to youngest, right? That really throws me off. I don't know if that's like conventional... She looks older than him. This is Jason Wilson. The other ones are Wilsons. Dr. Steven, right? Dr. Steven Wilson, so... Probably Zach. And that's probably Jem. Student K-12, student college. Try searching for Jem Wilson here in a second. Not in Butler County, I don't think. Teen Blast. She's just a cousin. So here, like, it matters which one is the dad, but I guess the dad could be the less notable parent, right? Like, that's generally the way you deduce who's who is, because is everybody just like a notable person and then a not notable spouse except for the first 2? Which one's a blood relative? Okay. I see. Got it. Thank you. Settle for boring men. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely. It's either Gwyndoline or Bonnie. I have to find who the other one is to be able to collapse that, though. She married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. Dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie. One of which could be one of her daughters, I suppose. Dr. Stephen Wilson, pediatrician to the stars. Looks like a Dr. Stephen Wilson. I wish I could figure out her deal. I don't think she's a college student, right? And occupation can be baby. It's funny. I didn't even know you could set speed like that. That's crazy. Marriage to Mark. Okay. Mark Morden. Well, I know she's over here somewhere. She has to have a kid, but that doesn't really narrow it down. I'm not going to stress about it for now. I have it saved in the notes. All right, keep going down through the list here. Rolling on down to the city still has a lot of things, huh? Jim and Diamond. I didn't really pay attention to this earlier. It satirizes how a part of society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East. MMM. Hey, Modern Music Monthly. Okay, so we can try doing MMM. Or what was his name? Clark Rafferty? No, that's unfortunate. Was a band name in here we could talk about. Where was it? These times. Skip it or flip it? Not very helpful. The same thing, I assume. I guess you could find that by a different means elsewhere. Oh, it's an extension? Okay. This is a fun, I didn't notice this. So, folk style songwriting, ... catchy, ... Amateurish folk style songwriting is catchy at times, but ultimately doesn't do anything new. I wonder how many little gags like that are in here that don't really help you solve anything, but are just kind of cute and funny. Okay. Radical new flavors, because it's no longer the 1920s. What even is an elderberry anyway? Bad blue raspberry. I love the maybe that's why kids still love them. Perfect. No notes. Okay. This, okay, I missed this earlier. This is Clark's first marriage. Danielle. Okay. Danielle Franks, almost certainly. So this thing doesn't drop down until confirmations drop it, I assume, right? I'm just trying to imagine how it's working behind the scenes. I assume they like are identifying certain information that could collapse from this specific page, and only this page, that's not like from a follow-up search elsewhere. Or maybe like a maximum of 1 degree of search. So like if I'm assuming that if I confirm Danielle, this will go down by 1, but only after I confirm her. I call him an artist, maybe? Pop force Clancy to send him to the academy. The brothers all seem to pursue paths of knowledge. Okay, so someone would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Zach's not a bad president after all. Okay, so Zach being the president definitely makes sense. I'm still uncertain on the placement there, if he's really the eldest. I haven't found anything else about him. Have that spelled right. Zacarih. Okay, son of James and Gwyndoline. Oh. Interesting. Son of James and Gwyndoline, grandson of Elias Roottree. Okay. James Morden here. Get some names off the list, which is great. So I don't know we can say for sure that he's on the left side here. Starlet and Teen Blast. Yeah, that's not going to help. James Morden, maybe. Oops. So he's either this one or this one. I have to figure out who his sibling is. And that would get me more stuff because I have a bunch of information about Zach. All right, let's keep reading here. Elias Roottree had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Because you can start to infer it here. Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Wynn's in Paris. Pop just means that it was complicated. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Okay. Like, oh, we already had that. Shit. That's fine. Because we don't know anything else about him. He's riding his mini bike. You become like an engineer or a mechanic. You don't have his face though. Probably nothing helpful. Go ahead and place that though. Guys getting antsy. If you talk and hide, you really want to share something if you think I'm stuck. I don't feel like I'm stuck at the moment, so I'm okay. Thanks though. How about this? M's a spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. I don't think I ever get a picture for Patsy. Yeah. Maybe we'll get a picture of her later. Let's be her. Don't really know what her deal was yet, though. Saw something about the thick glasses. It may have even been in this document that I'm reading here. I want the updated. Revisiting the diary. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. Didn't have the thick glasses that Patsy did. It skips a generation. That was the thick glasses thing I was thinking of. Her children have that covered. Okay. Her children have thick glasses. There's only one here. I don't think I have enough to do anything else with that. Farm operations would pass to Samantha Roottree. Inheriting the rights to rule over the peasants for eternity. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. Confirmed bachelor. Got it. Palpable hatred for the five pieces in Elias and Gwyneth. So, what job could she possibly have then? She like owns the farm. I guess I love how they are all given jobs, even though a lot of them probably are do nothing, like landlords or philanthropists or something. They were just roommates. Best friends. Yeah, I can't really infer it from that, I don't think, right? The farm's operations would pass to Samantha Roottree. I don't think it would be right to call her a farmer. That seems weird. Hmm. If someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. And we got nothing useful out of this page, and I guess it doesn't have any numbers on it left. Okay. It is nice that it breaks it up by page here if there's multiple pieces of useful information. I think I gotta get back to searching. I haven't been actively searching. I've just been trying to dig through this information, so I can start just looking for other names. Although I don't think I've searched a name in the web browser that wasn't on the list of notable Rootrees and had it come up so far. Maybe that's wrong. It doesn't cross these off for me, but I think it does here. Let me take a screenshot really quick. I may as well just give these a shot. Oh shit. I did something stupid in OBS, but I think I fixed it. All right, let me try some of these. I think it might actually be true that at least in the spider search, if it doesn't have a star on it, that means you won't find anything if you Google. But you could probably search in like the periodical or something. Try getting a junior here. Not super helpful. I guess they could also show up in like the music one or something, but I think I've already exhausted that. I'm not gonna get a single thing just from like checking all of the names. I think I am. Brutal. Not like completely out of ideas. I just wanted to see if they would come up. So yeah, I guess that is true then. Then the star is, it won't come up on a spider search if there's no star. All right, other stuff. Let's just go down the list and look for other things to Google. Searching city council. Try looking for more stuff about Stephanie Jones. Okay, it gets us to the paper there, I see. Recently, there's a lot of stuff to get from this piece of evidence. I know who CM is, but I guess I never really followed up WRTD because I was doing other stuff at the time, so let's try to do that. I'll have investigative jazz. Look into the Roottree curse again. It's been a while. Three of the 5 presidents have died mysteriously. Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver. Who's Guy? Guy Hudson. Can try searching that here in a second. Let me come back to the Roottree curse. There's interesting stuff here. Fancy flavors. In an attempt to cater more towards what he thought the average person wanted, Guy looked at his own wealth, which is often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that if they added fancy flavors to 5 pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. Caviar flavor. Yeah. Guy Hudson and his wife Patricia died in a car accident. Just cause an unidentified driver who swerved in front of the Hudson's car, caused him to brake hard and veer off the interstate. Controversial president. Foul play is not suspected. Only been a president for 4 years, a volatile period in the company's history. He and his wife had no children. No children. Okay. Now, we don't necessarily know that he's even, like, he could be one of the presidents without being in the family tree at all, right? And in fact, that seems like that's likely the case, although, like, it could be these guys. Wish I could like put a year, like a birth year next to all of their faces, because like I feel like the year is a big clue a lot of the time, but I'm bad at like keeping in my mind who should be which year. This is 16 years ago. Appeared in the company's advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. It's two adorable redheads. Guy credits his mother and father, Angie and Christopher, with providing his fiery dew. Okay. Guy's uncle and current president, Zacariah. Alright, so if his uncle's up here, he gets married and has no children. I think that makes this, I guess that helps a lot. So if this becomes Zacariah instead, that's the second president. I think a lot of other things start to make more sense after that. So if this is Guy Hudson, this is Patricia Hudson, or I guess Patricia Jones. Since I'm out of other Patricias, he's the third president. We established that Carl Roottree is the fifth president, so I guess he could also be the fourth president. Christopher. Christopher Hudson, and this is Angela Morden, or Angelica Morden. I can't say that for sure, can I? It would be weird. Guess he marries the sister? Zacariah Morden? This wouldn't be right, though. They wouldn't. This would have to be Zacariah Morden. And this would have to be whoever the blood relative is. No, I guess, well... They have the Mordens, so this becomes Angelica Morden. Okay, sorry, this is... My brain doesn't think in genealogies at all. It's not very hard for me to do. Wait, they're married. No, that's incorrect. Sorry, y'all. Gotta put this together. Are there many genealogy games? Oh, names. Sorry, all right. Angelica Morden, and it was Christopher Hudson. Hudson passes down. This is about they have the red hair, fiery dew. Couple people with fiery dews down here. That's probably Chris Hudson. Or Guy Hudson, I mean. Right, I gotta back up and look some other things up, because if I move Zacariah here, that cleans a lot of things up for me here. Pull in current president. I feel like a lot of these are modeled after actors. I wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left. He looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. But I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the four of us stand together. think that's Lauren. I'm going to rule out the rest of them. Yeah, it looks like the same hairstyle. Okay. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwynn. Scramman says we include Sam even if we didn't want to. None of us did why, including Sam. Didn't think it fair Miracle made it in since he's technically a 5-piece. Okay. He's technically a 5-piece. That's him then. It actually kind of looks like him. Okay. Let's me rule some other stuff out because of how close they are next to each other. Brothers, Miracle, that's Little Miracle Jr. Okay. Although it might not be Miracle Jr. It could be Elias Roottree M. Though it's probably the elder son, right? Like, why would we get the random potential mechanic kid? It's with the brothers. Looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. Blonde hair. Similar clothes. I bet that's Eli then. Who's the guy on the left then? That might be Zacariah Morden, since he's not actually related. Bet that's right. Okay. Nice. Okay, so that means I probably... That's a lot of optional entries. Booyah. President Third was correct. Alright, things are coming together now. I'm gonna go ahead. I should have, before I click that, moved this one over just to confirm that that is in fact Miracle Jr. They both have the spit curl? No. Because that's impossible to tell. Alright, so the Zacariah Morden thing is going to be really helpful here in a second. We got Miracles not included. Angelica Morden. Samantha. We've got a bunch of brothers here. I don't think I have any way to determine these right now, unless, except to maybe suggest this one's the youngest of the 4 brothers. I assume so because of how short he is. Means he's probably not Eli. All right, I'm deep in a loop here. Let me try to untangle myself from it really quick. I'm gonna search for that boys and girls agree thing. Clara and I plan to reflect on it's cool. I'm enjoying it. It's really good. Boys and girls agree that he's ready to succeed. Boys and girls are often diametrically opposed, except when it comes to one thing. Okay. Another way I could have gotten their faces here. To verify, you can add bonus photos. Okay. His twin sister. Bonnie. Oh yeah, Bonnie. We got that name elsewhere. Okay. So, give me a minute. Gave up on dreams and settled for boring men. So Gwyndoline must have married dipshit. Makes sense. If they gave up on their dreams and married boring men, they're probably housewives. Dr. Dipshit. Oh wait. No, I think that's still right. Yeah, Bonnie. I just don't know who she married. I guess I actually can't. No. I think we're right. I think this is. We know this is Steve Wilson, so that must be Bonnie over here because she's the one with red hair. Sure. Yeah, no kids. Sister Gwyndoline and cousin Bonnie. This must be Carolyn Morden. Okay. She's an artist. Probably also the person who wrote the campaign letter. Where was that? I'm so bad at scanning, it's insane. She married someone who wasn't boring and they split up. Had a daughter. Mark Landon. If he's not boring, he's probably searchable. Convince her father, Zach. Yeah, okay. She guardian, adoption, or otherwise for someone. We'll find out soon enough. Okay. Guess not. Okay, nothing great for Mark Landon. Just know he's not boring. Gwyndoline Morden. Steve Wilson. I guess he could still be student K to 12, right? It looks like he's a college student though, and this one's definitely the K to 12. We still don't know Jem Wilson. Only I could get a picture of Gwyndoline Morden. Let me try to do some searching. It's alright. Gwyndoline. Don't think why she would show up on any of these, yeah. She is third generation, though. Get a lot of faces here. And we got the clue about somebody dodging a anti-miscegenation law. Okay, she's almost certainly here somewhere. But where? Oh, this is crazy tie. I think we've seen that tie somewhere else. Yeah, I think all of the fucking... Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. But you can pick which one is default. That's a Roottree, because they all have that fucking stupid tie. Gwyndoline, Lord of Cinder. Making sure that looks like the same guy, yeah. Is that the right generation, though? No, I don't think so. Unless if we're specifically saying, okay, let's see. Carl's the teenager in the middle. Pipe burst. Back of the photo in childish print writing, it says November. Is that November? He's the only one who's a little kid. What's our name for it? I think it's literally November Roottree. I think they might be trying to bait me into thinking that she's adopted, but they have the bit about someone dodging anti-miscegenation laws in the South. Okay, we'll come back to that. Probably more I can deduce from this picture, like the glasses. Can I duplicate some faces here? It must have been really hard to get. Okay, let me just get all of the adult women. I think that's her. That looks like the same face to me. Once you verify, you can edit bonus photos. Shit. Okay, well then, who are these two? Bonnie Hudson. Gwyndoline Morden would probably look like a sibling. I feel like they're not going to require me to guess at those things. I think a lot of these are based off actors. That definitely looks like Cheryl Lee. There's one that looks like Scarlett Johansson. That kind of looks like fucking blanking on his name. He looks like an actor. Jonah Hill. All right. I got a bunch of faces and no real plan on how to place them, so I should probably just get back into trying to search for stuff here. Got nothing from Gwyndoline Morden. Probably more stuff I can do in the public library if I search hard enough. I wish I could take back pictures that I've selected. All right, let's just go through the evidence and read the text associated with it, because some of it has useful points in it. I guess the stuff that has 0 notes is... It says a number in the corner. If it says there's nothing, then I'm probably not going to get any benefit from staring at it. Stephanie Jones. Unconventional family, to say the least. Yeah, I don't think I can do anything with that right now. How is there still stuff to get from this? Probably can't do anything with that, but I'm gonna try. God damn it. Search for those instead. I don't think that's very helpful. Okay. Lyrics contain no clues. This one still says it has a lot. What even is elderberry? I feel like that's just giving you a clue. I don't know if they're trying to also do the names of the characters. BRPSCA? No, I don't think so. Okay. Already read about her book. The rights to run the farm. Does that make her a director? I don't know if it's asking me to make a jump there with her role. She's not a farmer, right? Oh, that's okay. I'm glad I checked, because I'm like, it sounds like they're saying that she was like the administrator of the farm. I had that forever ago, but I didn't pump it in because I'm like, that's not what they're saying, right? All right. That's fine. That must mean that this is wrong? Means he might be older than she is. I'm gonna operate on that assumption first. I really do think he's a college student. Maybe I'll end up being a K-12 and he's like high school. She looks older than him. But I guess I have no evidence for that either way. That would make her a K-12 student as well, or also a college student, possibly. They're like a high school. Where is Dr. Wilson? North of Pittsburgh. I wish it gave me a town so I could look up the school. They wouldn't ask me to do that. That's too lateral, I think. Okay. When we're ever going to get Elias mechanics. Yellow pages. That's fine. Back on it here. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. Does that mean that her kids are... No, her husband's name is Ernie, of course. But one of their kids is Ernie Jr. Ernest Madsen. Where are other Madsens here? Ernest Jr., Gwyneth, and Nicole. I can try searching for Ernest Jr. here. Madsen, M-A-D-S-E-N. Ernie Jr. is a former president. Directly preceded Carl Roottree. He was Carl's mentor. Stepped down to an illness in 1996. He passed away. Probably, I guess I can't say for sure whether he's the elder. Let's look for Ernie Jr. Carl got drunk at a charity event. You know, illness, stepping down, so we know he's the fourth president, but we gotta find... Root, president to take over Roottree. Second cousin Carl. The beginning of this, I really thought we were going to focus on the fashion side of things because of the initial Rootrees you read about, but it's all been the candy, so I should come back to Root because I haven't looked at it in a long time. 13 years since Ernie was forced to step into the role of president unexpectedly. Real life Wonka. No, he's over here. I guess I need to figure out who Samantha's two kids are. We saw Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. So it's Ernie Jr. and Gwyneth. The fact that one of them has a spouse with a photo. Green thumb. I wonder if the green thumb thing can help me with a picture here. This is the free spirits. It wouldn't do anything as like obvious as having one of them have gardening gloves or something crazy like that, right? Didn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, but that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. Okay. We have 2 kids who both have glasses here. Oh, shit. She does, and he does. That's Ernie Jr. and Gwyneth, but we don't know which one's the elder child. President number 4. Don't know her deal, although it says green thumb, so maybe farmer. The green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. Right, we learned about that earlier. We're staying with the parents. Never met EC in person. It's a confirmed bachelor with Mr. Miller. Not even on the board, right? Thinking that's supposed to be Elias's brother, is that right? Is the quote-unquote confirmed bachelor? We're just away from that farm for years. Palpable hatred. Trying to figure out if I can come up with a way to determine who's older, Ernie Jr. or Gwyneth Madsen. I guess it depends on who they're married to. Maybe that'll show up in like a periodical search or something. For root really quick. I could swap them really quick because I think I know everything else about them. And if I have a third thing that's correct somewhere else on the screen, I'll know really quickly. It's a little janky. There's probably a way to know for sure. Oh, okay. Well, then we know the other one, so that's okay. Okay. How am I supposed to get these two? Is there any more information about them somewhere else? I guess maybe this one's supposed to be through the confirmation system. Madsen, Gwyneth. Farmer. Cool. Wish I could find the obituaries. Okay. I don't think I have anything else good for Ernie Jr. Yeah, sure. I just wish that the doctor's website had like one more thing about his daughter being in school or something, so you could infer that she's student K-12. The problem is when you're playing the game, you don't know what information doesn't exist, right? Okay. Starting to get pretty complete picture here. I guess I can probably guess who Gwyndoline is now. I'm pretty sure she's a housewife too. I haven't placed everyone there yet, but I might be able to. We're sure on this one. Pretty sure on this one. Wait, did I not get... Okay, she's confirmed, so I can add this now to get it out of the list. We know that, so it must be her. It's the last option. Okay. She married a boring husband. Oh, I get what they're saying. Her second husband is responsible for... Got it. Okay. Sorry, that I was really confused about that with the whole adoption mention. All right, so we got the other brothers here. We can assume he's the youngest. What else can I get from that photo, though? It said something about the middle person being... Carl's the teenager in the middle. Yeah, that looks right. Narrow shit down. Got a bunch of other generic white men that I can't distinguish from each other. Hold on. Another one's gonna be James Roottree, right? Who typically has a beard. I think that could be him. Looks like the eye color is right. The hair looks right. Okay, hopefully that's right, just so I can like rule it out. I feel like you should at least guess spouses and alternate photos as soon as you can to get them confirmed so that you can start ruling stuff out. I have not been doing that, which I think has been a pretty big mistake. So I don't know all of Clark Rafferty's. Surprised that this didn't confirm. It's had multiple chances to confirm. I guess this could be this instead. But I thought the text made it sound like there was a... I guess, can it not confirm if I don't have this one? No, it gave me Danielle Franks. Yeah, I don't know when I'm going to get the right. Musician's the only answer I really have for him. Layabout Dandy. You know he was a musician at least one time. I don't know if they accept multiple answers here, right? All right, well, we got other brothers here that I can try to figure out. Wants the last thing that they did / currently do. The green eyes are helpful at all. Try looking him up in Starlet, but had actually kind of a bad time looking up anybody in Starlet. Clark Rafferty. You know, I'm gonna keep looking at stuff here. Clark. Eli C. raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock, so there's someone who has rock in their name. No, stone. What are my other names that I haven't done yet? Is it LaRue? It's red, isn't it? Peter, maybe? Because Peter means rock. No, I don't see any Peters. Alright, I'll do it some other time. Lord knows I was right last time. So this one I just want an answer from chat. Is Jane LaRue not his second wife, not his third wife? That sounds like she's saying I was right the last time. But it's been on here for a while and it never confirmed. I guess that's the question, is she the second or third wife? Huh. I guess I got really hung up on I was right last time, talking about how he disrespects marriage. That really, I guess I really read that as meaning that this is like the second time it's happened. Didn't confirm on second, so it must be third. Okay. Eli C. Brothers. Okay, so we know, I think we know which face is Eli C. I'm just going to go ahead and place it here. I think we're pretty sure that's Eli C. Don't know if he's this brother or this brother. Excuse me. This is all done. It's not. Glasses maybe help? I don't think they do yet, because I don't think the glasses... I guess he would be the... Whoever this person isn't must be the guy with the glasses. Oops. Where's, let's see things I haven't gotten a confirmation on. Can assume she's a housewife. I'm trying not to make that assumption unless if I get explicit text that says so, but. Well, there's Jane LaRue. Those are useful. Booyah. Hudson married someone boring. I'm surprised I have so many here. I just don't know Clark Rafferty's current occupation. I guess that's... Musician was always able to find. Maybe he shows up. Let me try to search really thoroughly because I know everything else about him. Would definitely not be in Teen Blast. Yeah, I don't know. Used to make music. Maybe there's other periodicals that I'll stumble on later that will give me the occupation. Well, there's still a ton to do in here. Miracle, Eli, and Clancy. Be the firstborn son. I guess you can kind of get that from deduction, right? Because if this guy is the spitting image of Clancy, but he's Elias C. He's not the firstborn, because the firstborn is always named Junior. I think that tracks. I don't think that that's bullshit. Let me see if I can find anything about Clancy Jr. here. Does it never, if I need to search someone Junior, does Junior count as their last name effectively? It seems like that's been the case in the past, but I wanted to make sure. And I gotta start paying attention to see what their jobs are, because we did say something about jobs a long time ago. All right, I'm gonna read the original diary. I haven't done that in a while. Only Ernie Jr., so I'd have to type in Clancy Roottree Jr. like that. Okay, thanks. might check out Clancy Trust here. Her son. Carl Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Okay. Carl. That's him. Right. Unhelpful. My brothers all seem to pursue paths of knowledge. Any of us did was bring someone home would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Who that could be. Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. Okay. Edward? The fuck is Edward? Hold on. Is he a lawyer then? I don't know if is my logic sound here that part of it is based on recognizing faces, which is the problem. It said that Elias C was the spitting image of Clancy Edward. Right? No. Hold on. I think I fucked that up. Let me find where she said that. Okay. So in the logic I'm doing is that if he's the spitting image of him, he can't be the eldest son because the eldest son would be named Clancy Jr. So that must be Clancy Jr. Right? That sounds like that tracks. I didn't make like a trivial error there. Thank you. Edward married a black person. Who, though? I don't think I've seen any adult black women in any of these photos ever. I haven't looked at this in a long time, but I also don't think it's helpful. Sorry you were unable to attend the funeral. Weird that it says, I guess pictures are still useful. I've kind of been ignoring the pictures. Gwynn and the boys. Gwynn looks just like Cheryl Lee. Let me go ahead and get that cleared out here. Two blonde kids. Film school. I feel like I should just start placing things even if I don't know which one is right, just to help me organize my thoughts later, and I can just go back and confirm them later on. The photos never show additional helpful things, but maybe photos can help me track stuff down still. Oh, I didn't realize there's more I could scroll down here. Much love from Debbie. Ernie and I had to stay strong for Nicole's sake. I wonder why this one doesn't have a magnifying glass on it. Me and Debbie. Specifically Ernie Jr., right? Deborah Bean. Probably. Don't know if that's right. That looks way too recent of a picture to be Deborah. I can go ahead and place it, I guess. Cole Madsen, then. Child. Wouldn't be no other Ernie. I suppose that's true. That's weird though, because Ernie Jr. Is there another Ernie on this list somewhere? The fourth president, and they were like, they didn't have money? We knew about his illness. It doesn't surprise me that they'd backstab him, but... carried on for him after taking over, yeah. I guess maybe he got really sick and couldn't make money anymore, and then Carl intervened. I think I have that right. It seems correct. I don't know that that's the mom. What's that? Something I got incorrect here? Grabs life by the roots. Carl's cousin Jim, and Edel's had a young daughter around the same age as Raina. Okay. Let me look for more things about Root. Never write down Miracle Third and his wife Nicole. Jeez. Nicole Smith. I guess I wasn't able to collapse the wave function before. Miracle had another kid. Pretty happy with my placement here, I think. only have 2 more faces to place here, so I guess I may as well place them in that generation, even if I don't know where they're actually supposed to go. I guess if you do hair color, everyone over here is blonde. And him being Eli, I didn't see the name posted there. That's interesting. That's got to be Elias M, the mechanic then, huh? It's cute because you see the thing about him fixing the motorcycle, which means this is almost certainly correct, but I don't know Edward's son's name, and he never marries, it looks like. Oh, yeah, sure. Sounds like Ernie Jr. and Deborah Bean, we already knew he was super private. So he died of his illness, had to step down from the company, and then Carl intervened to help. It's kind of my reading of all that. All right, if I'm not getting a confirmation here, it's probably because this guy is wrong. I don't know anyone's occupation here. I guess Edward Roottrees must be wrong. I guess the next time I get a confirmation, it's going to rule something out. I feel really confident about this. Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. That makes sense. Place now. And then the young kid has to be like all the way at the bottom. Oh, I don't know yet. I think that's supposed to be November. I have no idea where to place her. All right, reading through this one slowly here. Summon the next gen to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Unless if I'm misunderstanding something, shouldn't... It sounds like we're saying Miracle's youngest. We mean... This is what I originally put as the mechanic. But the generation's wrong? Unless if he just happens to be in the photo. Maybe something else clarifies that. Yeah, that's weird. Isn't he in the wrong generation of photo? Oh, he's young, so his generations are messed up. That's right. Thank you. Ricky.
I'm sure this all
Oh, I forgot
seems
there's
like
voice acting. Whoops.
deception for deception's sake, so I'll try to explain why. It's true, I'm working with lawyers, but not the candy company lawyers, my publisher's lawyers. I'm on the verge of releasing a book, and it's not kind.
Tell me the book title?
Roottrees, especially Elias and the 5 Pieces. The truth often isn't. But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me. To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in. Also, there are fewer Roottrees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination.
True.
It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood relatives before they lock from here on out.
Brutal.
I don't have any more evidence for you.
Especially since I don't
but
get
trust
the
your
spouse
intuition. If
confirmations.
something has a high number, it's not a mistake. You're getting closer.
Something has a high
and
number,
closer
it's not
to
a
the
mistake.
truth.
Okay.
I look forward to seeing
We're
you
specifically
soon.
talking about the political thing there then. Okay. Not new information. Mechanic. This one's probably the baby then, perhaps? Right, so I was right about Edward being the lawyer, so that's very exciting. I think I'm right about these two. We know that they're occupations that have to do with knowledge. Where do I have something where I'm like mad that it's not confirmed? I think it's pretty much just Clark Rafferty because I don't know what his current profession is and haven't been able to find any more information about him. Okay. Just gonna really see if I can get anything else out of this. Oh, let's do the old one first. Coselles? I don't think... I don't know why they would possibly mention that. Especially since it's so far back in time. I guess it gets me the spouse, that must be why. Sarah Cosell, okay. So that one's done. It's Gwynn. Don't know what else I'm going to get out of her. It was the Cheryl Lee picture. Architects, preachers, and lawyers, no one's got time for a candy. Stay with our branch of the family, since we still have the Roottree name. I'm sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who volunteered. Already know that, don't I? Instead, it went to Zach. He just laughed. Maybe they wanted to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product, so that's your clue, because Zach is overweight. So if he's probably a businessman then, right? If he wanted to be the president. don't think I have enough information to infer from that, unfortunately. He's the one who volunteered. Okay, that one's done. That one has 2. Op forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Oh, okay. Then I am right here. Yeah. I just got to get their occupations right, and I'll have these 2 guys locked down. It's probably going to be in her diary. Is it possible to get really far in this game without this diary? This seems like a really load-bearing document. It and the commentary. Paths of knowledge. I know Edward married a black woman, but we don't have any way of inferring. We don't even have like an opportunity to get a photo. Well, that means this kid's not right then, right? Who else would that go to? I guess it could be... No, he would be much younger. Yeah. It says that they're learning, right? But that could be... There's so many things on this list that could be. And I don't have a lot of opportunities to guess anymore. I guess it could be architect again, right? Or lawyer again. I don't know. I guess you just bring someone home would be illegal to marry, not necessarily marry, right? Good job raising her twins. Gwyn is Gwyn. It says I've got more stuff to learn from that, but I don't know what, to be honest. Revisiting the diary. Starlet probably says something about Gwyn's 2 sons. You know, one of them went to film school. We have, as far as I know, no information about their names. It's probably something Roottree, right? Guess I could finish. I feel like I already searched. Maybe it's Forsyth. No, or it's Williams. Where did I get info about their names? I don't remember where that was. Clark and Jim. So it's Eli C's son is Jim. Shit, we already knew that. Is this the fucking problem? Oh, that's really fucking annoying if that's actually been... It's been a picture problem the whole time. I guess I should have noticed that that wasn't confirming, but I didn't notice it. Okay, let me try to find it then. remember them talking about her being pregnant. Roottree for the last name. And it's alliterative. Okay, that was the clue. So Robert or Ronald Roottree, or they could both be Robert and Ronald Roottree, I suppose, but okay. One of them, but it only said one of them was going to be alliterative, right? Not both of them? This guy is probably the director. Oh, that's the like film director. See if there's more in the pictures here. Guess that he's an actor for now. I think I searched both of them. I feel like if they're a director, they would have to show up as... No. I guess I don't have anything else then. See if there's anyone else in photos that I haven't placed. I need to get their professions is the big problem. There's a lot of text in this one. I guess most of it's not useful. This gave me a lot of information that I found somewhere else, I suppose. Check that Clancy trust again. For this. Not super helpful though. Still need to find out Stephanie Jones. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. Stephanie could be her daughter. Oh wait, really? Oh, maybe she's not on. Maybe she just supports Stephanie. Why would she get a picture? My other Landon options? Stephanie Landon. Oh, married to Jones. Right. Politician. Okay. And then that would be married to Mark Landon. We're married to a Jones, right? Brian Jones. I think that's right. I don't know who her second husband is. That seems correct to me. There's still 6 things with this? That's crazy to me. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, okay, I guess I figured it out by the much harder means. Grew up in a home without a father. Mother and her partner. Partner, you say? Caroline, a local artist. Not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. That's why we say guardian, adoption, or otherwise. So we don't know. I guess we can maybe guess what her wife's name is. Carolyn's second partner. Morden. Art and the Beauty of Women. Yeah, I probably could have guessed all of this sooner. She's still Stephanie Landon, but we don't know her wife's name. Eloise by itself? Probably not. Probably somewhere in there. Okay, well, at least that's lots of information. Probably correct. I'm completely fucking insane. Is Clark Rafferty a musician, or is there another document that I'm missing? If chat would be so kind as to confirm. That one's driving me crazy. Try this being Robert Roottree. I feel like it's equally likely either way. There's another information piece. Okay. The 5 pieces ad having so much downstream information is crazy to me. There must be stuff in Teen Blast or something. These Times also has more information. I guess I deduce based on what they're... I guess his head is touching her head. I must have misinterpreted that before, and that's how I got confused. I could possibly have 4 more things from this. I guess 2 of them are the photos, but what are the other ones? I love the folk style songwriting. Catchy. Okay, I think I'm down to very low numbers for most of the things that I know to search for here. Might go through my search history here soon. Oh shit, we're almost out of time. I've been totally lost track of time because this game is really addicting. Okay, I need to leave future Marstead notes. So future Marstead, here are the problems that you're probably going to remember the core loop of this game because it's pretty memorable. I think you have a really good first thing to do with a fresh set of eyes. Go to spider search, go to history, go to the bottom and just look through everything and try to make more sense of it now that you know all the stuff that you know. There's probably stuff in here that's like super helpful. That would be my first recommendation. Next, things we don't know. Pretty sure, okay, we know this is Clark Rafferty. We know this is the right portrait. It was wrong before. We don't know the occupation. Last thing we read about, he was a musician, but it wants the thing he did most recently, and we don't know what that is. His mom said that, called him an annoying artist. I guess we also don't know his third wife and who their kids are, but if you can find anything that tells you about his profession, that might help you to lock that in. We're pretty sure the portraits here are right and the names are right. What we don't know are their occupations. Actually, I'm positive their names are right. We don't know the occupations, though. We know that there's something to do with higher learning. You might have to guess at some point, but it's 2 things to guess, which is kind of brutal. So I guess if you have, right now you need to get 4 confirmations to progress. So if you have 3 that you're pretty sure about, just guess random occupations for one of the 2 of them and see if it locks in. Maybe ask chat for help and guidance finding that one. One of these guys is probably a film director, guessing the other one's the actor. One of them is either Robert or Ronald Roottree, but don't know which is which. So you might just, if you've got confirmations elsewhere, you can swap those around to try to figure them out. We don't know this guy's name. And I think those are the main breadcrumbs I can leave for you right now. I think the most important thing to do is go ahead and get in here and look through the history and click on every single link. Maybe even do the same for the library history and the periodicals history, because there's probably something that you read forever ago without having all the context of the rest of the game that's going to make a shitload more sense this time. And then the last thing I would recommend you to do, don't do this until you've done everything else. Go through the evidence and just tab through it. You've been basically doing that the entire stream, and that's where most of your progress has been here, but it hasn't really been searching the internet or searching through the library or the periodicals, at least not for some time. So yeah, thanks for putting this game on the schedule. I really enjoyed it. I think it is a great synthesis of 3 games that I already really enjoyed. Oberdin, Hypnospace Outlaw, and Her Story. If you haven't played Hypnospace Outlaw, I'd highly recommend it. It like leans much more heavily into the internet side of it. This one I think has got more going on with the genealogy thing, which is a really cool concept for a game, but one that's difficult for my brain to work with because I don't really think in terms of genealogies or family trees or whatever. But it's been a good time. Thank you.